I figure out what the best way to do this is. I'm gonna have to fix this in a couple seconds, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're good. Right? This looks cool. I'm literally on the live, Jess. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Alright, already seeing problems. Yeah, why did you just try to FaceTime me, butthead? What do you want from McDonald's? Oh my god. 40-piece, 2 large fry deal. What I usually get. Thank you. Mwah. Listen, it's literally like 10 bucks for all that. So anybody in chat saying that's a lot of food. Okay. And what's your point? Like 13, but yeah, it's a good deal. I mean, I don't eat all of it, but like, why would you not? Hi, Juniper! I don't know if everything looks okay today, but we're just gonna roll with it. This is our first DS stream, so we'll see what's going on. Should I read this? Do you need me to read this? Should I read it? I'm gonna be very honest, I can't read it. Way to gender me. So rude, I think. Oh. Okay, I see something. I see something wrong with the keyboard. I fix it. I think I fixed it, y'all. I think I fixed it. I'm not either of these. I'm not. I'll do this one because I'm a girl boss. I'm a girl boss. Stripping here on the live, Jesus Christ. Please tell me. What's our name? What's my name? Does the little screen look good too? I think it does. I think everything looks good. Does everything look good on your end? The chat's obviously, you're not going to see your message until it gets up here, but I mean, there's no way to make the chat backwards. Like, the messages have to start at the bottom. Like, you can't reverse it. But I just want to make it so on the screen, like, you can eventually see who's in the chat. I think the chat size needs to be smaller. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, this is my first DS stream. Please bear with me. Oh, now we gotta spam chat. Hold on. Ah! Sure. I like big poopy fart, poopy fart. Okay. That's good. And you live by that. Yep. So true. Yep. Yep. What should we make our name? I'll just do Nem, and then we can name the Pokemon stuff. Make our name Poop Fart? Okay, hold on. What? These character limits? I can't even do Poop Fart. I couldn't even do Girl Boss if I wanted. 7 character name? What is your problem? Girl Boss. Just one S. Girl Boss. So it's just Marshall. I mean, it's you have 2 L's. Come on. Your name is Girl Boss? Yeah. So your name's Girl Boss. What a wonderful name. Let me introduce you to my 2 best friends. Oh, your 2 besties. This is Sharon. Sharon Stone. You can be very difficult, but a very honest person. This is Bianca. Don't. It's giving share. Girl Boss! That means Pokemon will accompany you on your journey. Okay. Oh. Not the redacted crew. Oh, Spring. Should I turn it up? I'll turn it up a little. Girl Boss! Dot dot. Am I late again? Sorry. Bianca. Dot dot dot. I want to let y'all know my outfit tonight. I went through like 5 different outfits. I don't know what it was. It just was not giving. Oh, can we... Mia, do you know how to create a poll? I can maybe do it with this thing. Oh, you know what I did, Mia? Mia, are you here? Look at this, what I can do. Ready? By the press of a button, watch this. Ready? I'm trying to show you the thing, but I can't. Watch what I can do. Yeah. Isn't that fun? Y'all can't see it, but in the mod chat, it's saying I'm enabling 10-minute mode, followers only mode, stuff like that. Look what I could do, end stream. Oh, I should get a fart button. I also have a thing to make clips myself, but I don't know how successful that is, and I can run ads with fun. Wait, you can see that? Oh, awkward. What's giving share? Oh, like, what are we doing? We just stand in here, y'all? Putting me out of a job. Oh wait, okay, Mia, do you know how to make a poll? Can you help me make a poll? Because if I do anything else, the stream's gonna end. What? Who are they? Those silhouettes are very ominous. I don't know who these Pokemon are. Oh my god, wait, Mia's not gonna know how to spell these Pokemon. Please, hold on. Maybe I can do like /poll. Pokemon question mark, Oshawott, Pet Pig, or Snivy. This shirt is the worst thing I've ever worn. I'm glad I didn't wear it on that front page stream. Oh. Pokemon question mark? I'm so proud. Can we get some applause for Mia? Hold on, I got an applause button. Hold on. That one's for you, Mia. They're clapping. They're clapping. So Oshawott, Tepig, or Snivy? Oh yeah, that would have been smart too, Serena. I see what you mean. Vote on the poll. Vote on the poll. Everybody vote on the poll. Everybody get on the poll. Everybody do a little dancey dance on the poll. I always choose a water type. I think when I played this game originally, I think I chose Snivy. But we played Pokemon, we played Pokepark with these characters. Y'all remember when we played Pokepark last year? Actually, it was 2 years ago. It's on my YouTube channel if you want to watch it. We're gonna play Pokepark 1 soon. Okay, also, I was very high last night and I shaved only certain spots on my leg. Like, very specific circles on my legs. There's just no hair. I was literally out of my mind last night. I shaved my leg. Yeah. Well, because I did the temporary tattoos, because I have a look for Halloween that I'm using the temporary tattoos, and, the best way I think I'm gonna have to shave my legs. I'm gonna have to, like, shave my whole body, because the temporary tattoos get stuck on the hair. So I think I'm just gonna shave for when I have to do that look. Which I've never done before. I've never shaved my legs before, like ever. Which I'm kind of worried to see if it'll grow darker because my legs are now, it's just orange, like blonde. Vote on the poll. Everybody get on the polls. Pokemon, go to the polls. Get it? Because we're playing Pokemon. I'm so quirky. No, I don't trust Nair. I did that once on my armpits and it burned me. And I was going to use it for my butthole, but then I didn't because it burned me. Huh? Oh, we're going to Oshawott. Oshawott won the polls. Girl boss chose Oshawott. She did? Let's have a Pokemon battle. Now wait a minute. I didn't sign up for that. Now hold on now. Hi, Alpha. Girl boss versus Bianca. Her body is curvy. I love it. Want a body like that. You could wax? No. I don't have any, like, moves yet, so I'm like, what are we supposed to do against Sir Tepig? Tepig has no health right now. Hey! Not my 3 health. The way we almost lost for no reason. Okay. Who's fucking up the rum? Now, what was that? Thank you so much, Sharon. The footprints on the wall. The glitter on the hard front. Hi, Navi. It went good. It was great. We made it to 120 almost. It was good. Take that. In Pokemon games, I just don't care about stats and stuff. Like, the defense boost, the speed boost and stuff. Like, I don't care. I'm like, give me a move that does damage. And that's all I care about. I'm not trying to find, like, defense up and speed up and, this ability that, I don't care. I don't. I'm just being honest. And I also don't care if the Pokemon's good or bad. If the Pokemon's fucking ugly, I'm not taking it. Okay? Oh, we walk around. This ponytail. I got a ponytail. You know what'd be cute if we just did like a Pokemon trainer cosplay for these episodes? Then it would be a lot easier to get into drag. But I did just spend a lot of money on Pokemon. Nope. On cosplays. I mean, nope. Halloween outfits. Hi, Cass. Cass, how was SockCon? Which Pokemon do you think is ugly? There's a long list. There's a very long list. Oh my. I hope it goes well. Hey, my girl boss. I skipped over that, but she said, hey, my girl boss. Oh my god, if you get a GF, will they subscribe to the Nemesis network? So true. Nemesis network dates? I think so. Yeah, let's do it. We'll live stream it. That'll be hot. Okay, the way I have to look at, like, my OBS to, like, see the game better. Because I cannot see the game otherwise. Otherwise. I want to go somewhere. Me too. I can't believe my sister came in and tried and asked me for McDonald's. The one time I don't answer her call, she's like, do you want McDonald's? So rude. Oh, this is me. Yeah. How did you set up? I have a DS in my hands, and it's connected to my computer. And I did lots of hard work to set it up. And nothing went wrong. Please don't ask me that question again. After their subs, that's nice. I don't think I would name my Pokemon directly after subscribers, but I would like to talk with my chat and naming them together. Because then that creates a, like, favoritism and stuff towards certain viewers. I also, this is my stream, so I'm gonna do what I want! Aw, man, I forgot. I had a cute, like, white fan that was, like, white lace, and I was gonna use it for this stream. I love that you have a clear direction of where you're going. Who's this bitch in the bob? I don't know what I'm doing. Can you tell in Pokemon games I skip the dialogue and don't know what to do? I've never played this game before. I only played Black and White 2, which is weird, because, you know, it's a sequel, but I think it was just because it was the only one my parents could get at, like, a yard sale. Like, y'all, I don't want to, like, brag. I don't want to brag or anything, but my family was not very, like, rich. Like, we had to, like, do a bunch of yard sales. We sold a lot of stuff as, like, all my Bratz dolls are gone because we had to sell them. We got people, like, stealing stuff from us a lot. So, like, when I got, like, Bikini Zombie Slayers and, like, Pokemon Black and White 2, I was like, yes! Oh, we have to go to Bianca's house. I forgot I don't have running shoes. You need running shoes in these games. Oops. Name one Sakon. No shoe one. My running Louboutins. No, that would be a sir. Hi. Hey, besties, I'm here to go in this house. What's this house? Can we go in? My name is Juniper. Are they all named after, like, trees? All the professors. Oh. I skipped it by accident. Oh, fuck me. I love the charm of this game. Very cute. We are tired. See, like, that's what I'm just like... like, all my IRLs are like... A lot of my IRLs I just don't talk to anymore because, like, they're very, like, opportunistic. They're like, yeah, you have this, this, and that. I want to do this today. And oh, blah, blah. Yeah, it was very that. You don't read dialogue in any game? Listen. I never claimed to be a reader. I'm a grocery shopper. I'm a scientist. Not a book reader. Maybe two or literally maybe 2 or 3. I talked to 1. Okay. Yeah, I have maybe... I could only think of like 3. Honestly, like my sister, and that's not even like a friend, it's my sister. But we are besties. If we're talking about not family, not a lot of people. Or window shopping. Yeah, I spent way too much money on Halloween this year. I kind of regret it. I do. I should have just calmed down and used costumes I've already had. Like, I just don't... I'm an idiot. I really am. Oh, you'll see. Don't want to spoil too much. Please do Ashley O. Please get the wig. What's gonna be our first encounter? Probably an ugly Pokemon. Oh, you got the wig on lock. Marshall, you have to. Like, you literally have to. Not the Pokemon pounding this rat. Excuse me? I almost fell forwards. That was scary. I just like zoned out. Okay, girl, I hate the prologues to these games. Can I just go? Let me go! We're going to our first town. Guys, please. Guys, can we just go? Just go. Oh, into the tall grass. Oh my god. Shiny! Boot. See, that thing's fucking ugly. Do people catch that and claim it? No. No. Not a crit. Get out of here. Whoosh. Well, it's fucking dead, so. It's not cute anymore. It's dead. Am I sorry about it? No, I'm not. Hi. I want a nice Pokemon. Oh my god. See, this one's cute. Lillipup. Too bad I'm about to murder it. Sorry. Just trying to get the levels. Whoopsie. Music time. Hi, Lucy. King Julian. Still haven't. Did you know that the Madagascar movies are nowhere to be found? Like, you can't get them anywhere. You have to buy them on Amazon. Like, you literally, they're on no service. They're not on Netflix. They're not on HBO Max. They're not on anything besides Amazon. You have to buy the $10 to watch it. They are literally not on Netflix. Bet. They're not. I checked. Yeah, you want me to watch the third one, but not the first ones? It falls off after the second one, honestly. I want a nice Pokemon. I'm gonna get a shiny. Don't break the chain. Just kidding, I would never do that. If you want to see that, go over to Mia Easley or Nikki Stone's channel because I am not a shiny hunter. It's scratched, so it barely works. Carl Weezer cosplay? If I take off my wig and put on my glasses, I'm literally Carl Weezer. Safety. How dare you? I don't think this is working, so I'm just gonna take the flower off of my neck. Because it's, like, not staying. Put it somewhere on my blouse. How's that? I literally almost just passed out again. Am I okay? Probably. No, but this stream is sponsored by Udi. Buy your Udi today. Come on now, use code Nemesis at checkout. Oh my god, wait, we should have a costume contest, like a community costume contest. Wait, y'all, we should. We all send our costumes in, like, a Discord channel. Did you eat before stream? No. So that's probably why, but it's fine. I would love to do that. That'd be so fun. Oh my god, couples costume. Oh my god, am I gonna die? Did I just have a stroke? Couples costume ideas. I'm Carl Weezer, and you're the llama. No, Jimmy's mom. He loves llamas and Jimmy's mom. Am I gonna die? Hi, Lemonade. Your stays, mom? So true. Okay. Do you have the wig, Ava? That wig? Oh, I know you love that wig. Oh, bitch, I gotta run. I gotta go. Oh, we gotta go? Hey, y'all. Girl, can we just go? What did you say? How about it, girl boss? What is she saying? Do you want to compare sizes? Oh, she says, do you want to compare which one has the most Pokemon with them? I only have one, so, no. Guys, come on, I'm literally gonna die. Do we have a potion? Nope. I guess we're catching this Lillipup. Actually, y'all, we gotta go! Uh-oh. If you die, I will literally unsub. Stop! Stop! No! Please don't unsub, I'm poor. Please don't unsub, I'm a girl in need. Alright, we're gonna move past that. Lillipup said, you're over. You're done. You are done. What Pokemon can you get on this route? Gee, okay. I don't wanna... Nami, thank you for gifting a sub! Oh, my alert's not being on the screen. So true. Hold on. I got it. Oh wait, they are. They're just behind it. My bad. Okay. I just saved just in case something happens. Just putting that out there. Okay. I've been subbed for so long. See, that's my thing with some people I'm subbed to. Like, even if I don't have the money, this is gonna sound bad. Even if this is not for anybody else. Please don't feel pressured to subbing to me. You can unsub at any time. I just had one of my best friends saying that they're going through a rough time and they can't sub right now. But anyways, for me, like, I want to rack up those months. Like, I love to see, like, for me, like, I think Deer is my longest subscription, and then Pib is right behind, and then Jewel. I love seeing that shit go up. I want to see it go up, up, up. Like, I can't let it slide. You know what I mean? Like, I think I'm almost at 30 months with Deer. And then Jewel is like a year and a half. Pib is like almost 2 years. And I love that shit. It's so good to me. I'm not saying you have to do this. Please don't feel pressured. Like, y'all can do whatever you want. Hi, Savannah. There's a Pokemon named Coughing and Wheezing. Hype Train is close. Lemonade, thank you so much for not gifting a sub, but subscribing for 2 months, babe. Thank you. This outfit is just not comfortable in the slightest. What the fuck is going on? Next stream, you know what I'm wearing? Panties. I mean, I'm wearing them now, but... Are there not other Pokemon in this route besides Lillipup and Patrat? Is that the name of the Pokemon? What the fuck is its name? Packrat? Yep, that's the Pokemon. Hello? It was a delivery! Is JMO with it? Oh. I have cake pop?
Cake pop?
Do you want your cake pop? I was gonna eat it, but cake pop. Take your cake pop. No, I was going to because I was out of my mind last night. I literally ordered $40 of food because I was like, I was laying on the bathroom floor out of... Oh. I was out of my mind and I was on the bathroom floor and I was like, I'm gonna be bad and order food right now. No, it was bad. It's shoddy.
Shoddy's here.
Oh my god.
End of the night and your bank account empty. Yeah, Lem Yankone 2020. It's like BFF.
I was like, what is he saying? I was like, you're dragging me. Say my bank account is empty. So true it is.
Roll up in Alexis.
I am horny.
Me and my girl come through. Let's
love you,
get
thank
this.
you. Thank you for starting the hype train, Ava. Thank you for 200 biddies. Sorry, Jess was in my room. There's bits going on. A lot's happening. Now I have McDonald's. There's lots of food. There's a lot happening here. They literally want me to catch a Pokemon. I'm like, I don't want to catch this bitch. Get him out of my face. You should get McDonald's. What is that? McDonald's is always just okay, it's never good. Hi, Lucy! Honestly, me either, Cass. I think last time was when we ordered Burger King on stream. Me too, honestly. I just went grocery shopping and my groceries are gone already. I have no food again. No, it's not. Yeah, I love Chinese food, guys. This was so fun to eat on stream. Hi, last round. Okay, I don't want to catch a Pokemon here. Can we just, like, go? Like, I don't want to. My what? My ex-trans receiver? My trans receiver? So true. I am ex-trans receiver. I am literally a trans receiver. Get it? Because, like, I'm trans and I'm a bottom. My ex-trans receiver. I'm the ex-trans receiver. Yep. 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 I'm gonna stand next to Juniper here while I get a drink. And you can take that joke in, because it was good. Thank you so much. I'm back! Okay, get this off! I'm done. It's hurting my clavicles. Hi, Ruby. Thank you for biddies! Hey back, I'm Red. Hi. I'm gay. I want to get comfy. The music, I dance. Cat jam. Yep, I am. Oh, and I am. That was a good one. Hi. Girl boss, there you are. Please follow me. What? What is the issue? This Pokemon Center brings back so many memories. I would like to rest my Pokemon. My one Pokemon. Thank you. I don't know, there's something charming about this game. It's very cute. X and Y kind of flopped. This is my gamer PC. I was so bored. No, literally. Jennifer would like you to know that she's a gamer. I play Genshin on my Pokemon PC. So silly and goofy. So silly and goofy indeed. Girl, we got it. We got it, girl. Not Cookie Run Kingdom. The memes I see from that game, I can't do it. Sound like something's going on in the plaza. Yeah, you do that. I'm gonna sit here and eat my fries. Come here a sec. What's happening? Who the fuck is this bitch? Yeah, okay, you don't scare me with your hairpiece. Yeah, literally, is his name Get It, sis? Not Get Sis. But Get Sis. Wait, Het Sis. His name is Het Sis. This Het Sis hetero. Het Sis male. Okay, I finished my fries. We're good. Thank you for the video. Oh! Uh-huh. Oh, excuse me. That was a lot. No one cares, sir. Get sis. Boo! I'm taking out my chicken nuggets. I want chicken nuggets. Okay, your mic's on. We got it, girl. I love this guy. My name is N. Hi. Nemesis versus Get says, please. Smacking me. Smack cam! So true. I agree. Oh, I got a crit. Ugh. You're welcome. I walk around. Every my X-Trans receiver is. Oh, hey, Mom. This FaceTime call. We got the running shoes. Oh my god, that chicken nugget went down the wrong pipe. Oh, it hurts. It's like when you eat a pancake and it goes down the wrong pipe. Oh my god. Oh. It hurts. See, this Pokemon I'll catch. Chicken nugget intolerant. It fits. Ooh. Oh my gosh. So sorry. That sucks. That's terrible. Oh my god, wait, I forgot about the EXP share. You need to, we need to find it. I don't even think you get it until late game. Okay. Oh no. Oh, we got lucky. Oh, the Pokemon's attack fell. Oh, and it fell. Level 10. I don't have enough HP for this Pokemon battle, so, I don't think I can make it back. It was really bad for us. Insta-kill it. Crit. Oh! I didn't think that was gonna kill him, but go off. Please don't talk to me. I'm running. I love seafood. Love it. I grew up on like a beach town, so everything here is seafood. Why do we got money? I wish I had as much money as this bitch. Just sitting on 4K. Uh-huh. It's a texture thing for me. It's really a big texture thing when it comes to seafood. Like, it needs to be cooked a certain way. If it's not cooked a certain way, then I'm like, I'm out. I thought that was an attack, but okay. Oops. That'd be me. $15, I'm taking on the world. That's a girl boss. Honestly, like, this is coming from me, obviously a picky eater, but like, stop shaming people for everything, especially eating. Like, honestly, low-key, when you're saying someone's a picky eater and being shameful and like making them feel bad about it, do y'all ever look at it like, that's kind of suspicious, because like, you're making fun of someone's eating habits and what they put in their body. And you know what that leads to? Body dysphoria. Like, you ever think about that? Like, let people fucking eat. Like, Jesus. Like, who cares if you're a picky eater? I don't. People that shame others for what they eat and, like, stuff like that, like, shut up. People are like, grow up and like try new foods and stuff. Why don't you grow the fuck up and stop making fun of what I eat? Like, who cares? It's not your business. That's a conversation that needs to be had, and some people are not ready for it. So I know some people on the TL are like, ugh, y'all need to grow up out of picky eating habits, and y'all need to try new foods, and blah, blah, blah. Fuck you. Maybe I'm speaking a little biased. Maybe I'm speaking from... yeah. But, like, it annoys the fuck out of me. It really does. Because even, like, the where's the pause button? Even the concept of being a picky eater is, like, silly to me, because, like, people are like, oh, you're a picky eater, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yo, we can't change what's in our mouth. We can't change our taste buds. If I don't like something, I don't fucking like something. And it's not, I can't change that. I can't pray to God above and be like, listen, homie, can you give me a better palate cleanse? Can you make it better for me? And he's just gonna grant me, like, I love every flavor across the sun. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, literally let me eat what I want to eat. It's quite simple, really. Literally, and it's the kicker that it's like, it doesn't affect you. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. It's what I choose to eat. Like, oh my god, like, I'm getting heated. Like, can you tell I'm getting mad? Like, people that are like, I can literally think of, like, maybe the top 3 people, like, what people say. It's either, you're so picky, try something else, and we already covered that. But people that are like, oh, if you're picky, then what happens when we go out to eat? I will order what's on the fucking menu. It's not that hard. It's not like I can only eat one thing. Like, I can find something. Like, let's calm down. Like, people make it out to be, like, such a thing. Can you tell I'm angry at this because of people in my past experience trying to shame me for my picky eating cabinets? My picky eating cabinets. When I'm simply just living on the earth and existing. So people just want to make fun of my existence. No, but it's like, it doesn't concern these people. And it, like, I know, like, this is, like, I know I'm going on, like, a tangent. But, like, it also stems to other things. And this could be spoken about a lot of other stuff. But, like, if it doesn't concern you and your body and your being, and it's my body and my being, then leave it the fuck alone and let me do it. Unless it's harming you. If we go out to dinner and I want chicken and fries, and you're gonna make it out to be a thing because I'm picky, then why don't you hit the door? Because it does not matter. It does not fucking matter. It's what I'm putting into my body and what I want to eat. And it's not that serious. I'm pretty sure every place on the earth has at least French fries for picky eaters. Like, y'all need to, like, grow up and not shame people's eating habits. And I know that's, like, a 180 because y'all be like, oh, you need to grow up and try new foods. I have, and I don't like them. So that's why I'm a picky eater, sweetie. Also that, too! Picky eaters are picky eaters because we try new things and don't like them. So what do you want us to do? Eat food that we don't like? Oh my god, where's my microphone? breaking news noise. This just in. Breaking news. Hot topics here on the Nemesis Network. Y'all need to leave picky eaters alone. Because if you shame a picky eater, that leads to sensitive topics. And what I put in my body and others put in our bodies is not your business. So how about we stop saying, grow up and try new foods? And why don't you grow up and leave people alone for what they're eating? Back to you, Serena, with the weather. See you next time. Thank you. Thank you. Anyways. Oh. What if I just had like a stock photo of Serena smoking with the in front of like a weather thing? That'd be funny. Rain chances are high. Me last night. Oh, when I was high. Huh? Rain chances are high. I am rain chances. I gotta pee already. I pee so much. Should I be worried? Water sport? Excuse me? What an interesting move. Sorry, girl boss. Not you pulling out a Tepig when I'm literally a water type, but okay, go off. I'm gonna stay right here and go pee. This music's actually pretty bumpin'. I dance. I go pee pee. I went pee, oh my god. Who's proud? Who's proud of me? Thank you. Honestly, like, kind of annoying, like, how, like, I mean, I could just wear this. I mean, ugh, I don't know. I need to just, like, go on a shopping spree for, like, clothes that are uncomfortable to drag. I can't form sentences today. Don't know what the issue is. I need to go on a shopping spree for clothes that are comfortable to stream in. There it is. Because, like, for the next week and a half, I'm going to keep wearing those hoodies. Because, like, they're comfy. Or I'll wear my hoodies. Very similar. Hoodie. Hoodie. Yeah. Oh, you're so right. I do have the slip hook hoodie. Why did I forget about that? It's been at the bottom of my clothes bin because, like, it's been hot here. I can't wear it because it's too hot. I'm untangling my cords. I hope it gets cold in October because I have to do an outfit that has a fur, like, I'm wearing 2 fur coats. So I hope it gets, cold. Yeah, it was like 50s the other day and I loved it. It was so cold in my room. I took out my AC the other day. Well, yesterday. I took my AC out of my room yesterday. And I'm happy about it because it's like actually colder in my room with the AC just out of the window. Like the AC wasn't really doing a lot. And she kept cutting the power, so we don't trust her. Hello? Let's sneak around her. Bitch. I swear I thought she, because I skipped that fast, I thought she said, we're trans here. I literally thought she said something with trans. I might go to Florida, I think, in January. I wanted to go for Halloween Horror Nights, but I just don't have enough money. I'm trying to plan myself a vacation, because I deserve a vacation. And if my store is apparently not going to close down for the winter, I'm taking a vacation. Like, if I have to be a manager all year round, and then I have to be a manager, like, next year with no time off, I'm taking a vacation. Which is nice. Like, I'm happy that my job is gonna hopefully stay open during the winter, but I don't know if that's gonna happen or not. Like, we don't know. Like, we made $60 the other day. Made $60. It was bad. But they're like, yeah, we want to stay open during the winter, and I'm like, sure. I mean, I guess. I mean, go off. I mean, I don't mind. If y'all are cutting the checks, I'll be there. We sold $60 in cards, like, for the machines. Like, so people can play. So $60 in profit. Okay, whatever is happening, this is why I don't like eating on stream. Like, I'm hiccuping, I'm burping, I'm being nasty. I swear I'm not this gross, please. Please. Yeah, I mean, I think, like, Disney's open. Like, I really just want to go to Disney. Like, I miss Disney. And I know it's, like, bad because, like, you know, like, COVID is still happening. But I really want to go to Disney. I love Disney so much. It just makes me so happy. Oh, I miss Secrets so much. Even though we never met, but... Just knowing they're not here. Ah. Me too. I want to go for Halloween. But it just wasn't in the cards. No, they were a Boston queen. I'm Providence queen. We're just always mutuals. Why did I come down this way? Weird. Oh, thank you for the dusk ball. Bye, Marshall. Oh, this is so pretty! How pretty is this? Oh, stop running at me. Get away from me. Oh. There's a gym leader here? Trainer school. Oh. Well, where's the route? I went last year and it was so cute. Like, it's all... They didn't have a lot of, like, Halloween characters. I don't remember seeing, like, anywhere from Nightmare Before Christmas and stuff, but it was very cute. I loved it. I got, like, all Halloween, like, stuff there. I was actually wearing my Halloween shirt from Disney yesterday when we went out. Spirit Halloween. It was, like, it says Disneyland, but it's in candy corn colors. It's very cute. Tree looks like it could be cut down. Well, I can't do that. I love candy corn. It's literally, that's like one of the only things I can say is like, people love it or they hate it. There's never an in-between. Honestly, can I just like wear it like that, like a tube top? Oh, that might actually be a serve. Hold on. Hi, Dylan. Almost 1 year. The outfit changes I've been doing. So I'm just like not. It's okay. I like this better. I think I'm gonna do a drag sale. I think that's what I need to do tonight. Good night, Arrow. Hi, Jenny. Pew, 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 pew. Jenny, do you like candy corn? Are you a stan or are you an unstan? Why did you sound so plucked? Well, I just wanted to know. I love candy corn. I'm gonna do a candy corn look this year. Hold on. You can probably see it if I do this. Where is it? It's right there. I didn't say it like that, did I really? Maybe I did. Because I'm not comfortable in my outfit tonight. I've been doing like 10 outfit changes. Honestly, I'm about to do another. I'm about to just be like, fuck this. But whatever. Oh, and you're big. You were so upset. Wait, the asymmetry is kind of a serve. I don't even know what I'm doing at this point. Fuck you, Jenny! Jenny coming into my chat and saying I look huge. Saying I sound so plucked. But I'm not plucked. How dare. Okay. I did throw a flower across the room. I was done. You missed Shoddy. Shoddy came on the stream. Shoddy comes on every stream now. It's every time Jess comes downstairs for a stream, they're like, is Jenny there? Like, oh, Jenny's doing stuff, honey. I say it like that. Stop. Why is my chat bullying me? Literally. Okay, are we only gonna run into 2 Pokemon this entire game? What is with Pat, Rat, and the fucking dog that we're just fighting? Like, nobody else exists in this game, apparently. Ruium. Nope. I time Mia out. This girl right here is Jenny. This is you, Jenny. I'm running, I'm running. The ponytail. Oh wait, you cut your hair though. You just cut it, didn't you? I'm running, I'm running. What if I block her? What happens? Haha. Haha. Okay, literally though. Oh my god, I walk so fast, it's so bad. I'll be like, I'm gonna go out for a walk, and then I'm just like sweating because I walk so fast. Like I jog. I need to evolve my Oshawott. No, because literally though, like actually. My Luby. My Lubies. What else can you use lube for besides sex? Can't you use it on a car? I lube up the car. You can put lube on onion rings? Is there a cheap? No, bestie, I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah, why would you put lube on onion rings? I came back at a weird time. Oh, I used some WD-40 to have some sexy time. Wait, they put the lube on the stick? They put up the cat's butt? They do? Next time I get lube, I'm gonna be like, I'm going to the vet. So they don't think I'm weird. I'm gonna be like, yeah, this is going to the vet. I'm a vet. Don't. Okay, you understood what I was gonna say. Don't even. Doesn't oil-based lube help break down makeup or just olive oil? Oh my god, lube challenge, taking off my makeup. Stupid, fuck you. Ew! Wait, what? Can you can't eat lube, can you? Doesn't it taste funky? Oh, I get prescribed lube? I forgot what we were talking about for a second. You lube your onion rings when you clean your pipes? Why does everybody have onion rings? O-ring. Yeah, onion rings. O-ring, onion rings. Durr! Wait, don't when you put on, like, latex, you have to put lube on your body? So you get into the lube, the suit? And baby powder? The lubes. I don't know what is going on with my brain today. That blunt fucked me up, huh? I'll never be the same. Stop! Don't say I can tell. Fuck you, Mia. Oh, that's going to the compilation. That should be our redacted website. LubeTube. Do people put, like, lube on their shoes to get them because if they don't fit, they use lube to, like, wiggle in? A shoehorn? What the fuck is a shoehorn? I literally don't know what that is. Next time I go somewhere to eat, I'm gonna ask for a shoehorn and some O-rings. I don't know why I keep running back into the city. Like, I literally just need to level up over here. What is a shoehorn? Hello? Why are there only 2 Pokemon in this game? To get your shoes on? I've never used a shoehorn ever. The fuck is a shoehorn? Stick in your show. We've only run into these 2 Pokemon, Maddie. Like, I'm like, what's going on? Alright. That's not getting a lot of EXP. I'm done with that. That's just... I'm gonna... Yeah, let me in. Oh, he's at the trainer school. Hello. Sure. Hi, Sharon. It's giving share. Oh, I forgot. It's a... Oh my... Oh. Huh? Oh, fuck you. Not the berries. Girl. I'm still alive, but I'm barely breathing. I'm gonna keep battling. I will survive. Oh no, I could have used the water move because it's not a... Oh, it's fine. Oh. Okay, that was just rude. Please don't tell me you have another Pokemon, I beg. Okay, we did it. We killed Cher. Thank you. Oh, you didn't want to heal my Pokemon? I'm just gonna kill my Pokemon and sit here? Rude. I don't want to go to the Poke Center. I'm here, I'm not leaving until I find this person. I bet it's this kid. Stupid kid. Oh. Maybe this kid. You already take a quiz? Here's the first question. Which of the following cures poison? Antidote. This item cures paralysis. Which of the following wakes up a sleeping Pokemon? Awakening. We have a winner. Oh, wow. Thank you so much, I guess. It's probably this kid. Which one of you is the gym leader? Which one of yas? I hate all of you. I'm leaving. I'm done. Oh. You are. Uh-huh. Oh, I already fought him, Mia. Oh. We appreciate you telling this gym. No, I just wanted to come in and peek my head in. I don't want to fight it yet. No. I just wanted to see I just wanted to peek inside. I gotta go this way first. Oh, we still can't go this way. Okay, so we have to fight the gym. Well, let's fight the gym with no Pokemon, because I can't get any other Pokemon for whatever reason. Because I don't fucking want any of those Pokemon. Literally, I don't want to see fucking Patrat and... Okay, I'm gonna stand on water. Was that the right answer? I don't know what that means. I was just guessing. Oh. Hey, can I sneak by you? Do you mind? Oh. There's a free monkey? I go back? Is it Pansy or Pancham and Poop? Mine? Chat, would you like to tell Mia which one is our favorite Pokemon? Maddie, I hope you're not being serious. It's Pikachu! Fuck! Do you have the free Pokemon? Do you have the free Pokemon? Yes, Maddie, you are. So proud of you. Zeno, you lied to me. You're gonna regret that one. Oh. That wasn't the button I wanted to press. Oh, it wants us to guess what the opposite of it is? So, well, I clicked every other button. It's in the dream yard. I run! Oh, we got a Panseer. Hey. Of course. I was gonna do Paul like the monkey from, at the end of Jimmy Neutron when he goes, "Hi, I'm Paul." But then that just sounds like RuPaul. Oh, Miss Paul. I've got Paul. We're going. Let's go, Paul. Leaf. Thank you so much. Hi. I'm gonna murder you. I murdered this lady and not her Pokemon. Waitress Tia. Tia Tamara. Tia Coffee. I just don't want to like look at dinner food right now. Wait, I was like literally eating breakfast and my sister goes, "Do you want McDonald's?" And I'm like, no. I mean, but I couldn't turn it down. Hi, Aaron. Oh, Ava's singing. He's wig toss. Hey, Tony. This is the one Pokemon generation I skipped because I was in my poor era. No, same. I was talking about it earlier. Like, my family wasn't really, like, in this, like, era of our life. Like, we had to sell a bunch of stuff. Like, people were stealing. Like, we would have people come over and, like, they would steal from us. So we were getting, like, basically robbed. And, like, we had to, like, do yard sales to get more money. Like, I sold all my Bratz dolls. And, like, Pokemon Black 2 was the only one that I played. Because I never played the first one either. Because it was, like, one of the only games that we could keep. Yeah. So I never actually played this game. I mean, I played the second one, but I don't really know what the difference is. I mean, probably a lot, but, you know. It's water! I mean fire! I don't know why I thought water, anyways. Oh, hi. Oh! I'm Chili. Wait, hold on a second. Who the fuck named you Chili when you were a kid? Excuse me? Cress? Okay, but we're just... Are we not gonna... Like, I get your name and Cress's name, but, like... Chili? Who named their kid Chili? Can I speak to your parents? Are they with us? That's iconic, Vamp. I love that. Oh, I like their designs though. They're cute. I like the like little hair thing and their eyes all being like monochromatic. I want to beat up Toothpaste Boy. My Pokemon. My Pokemon! Die! Like, why are there only 3 Pokemon? Like, I've only seen the starters, Lillipup, and Patrat. Like, are we okay? Where are the other Pokemon, damn it? Oh, I should have... No, that's another game, Maddie. That's the one that's coming out. The new one. So we won't be playing that one, but we're playing a lot of the other ones leading up to that. Me and Jewel are going to be streaming it together. We're going to figure out how to do it like split screen. I know this is kind of like... This is a brand new screen. I don't know if anybody likes the way this looks. I mean, I'm just testing it out for this. If we can change it if y'all don't like the way this looks. I put on my broccoli. I think that's Jules' favorite Pokemon, Piplup. One of their faves. Piplup was my fave when I was a kid. Because, like, there was plushies of them. Like, when I was little, like, it was very obvious to, like, be a big fan, like, a stan of the starter Pokemon. Because, like, you get them for free, there's plushies of them, you know what I mean? Opposed to, like, the other Pokemon that, like, there's not a lot of stuff. Like, there's not, like, posters, there's not, like, merch. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, when I was little, there were no Slowpoke plushies, but, like, now that they're kind of popular in, like, different countries, like, now they're... it obviously has become my fave. Like Geriachi plushies and stuff. Like Geriachi's my favorite legendary of all time. I know you love a Wooper. Wooper's a good Pokemon though. I love them. They're so cute. I want to do like a Pokemon like lists of like which ones are my all-time faves. Like I want to look at a graph of all of them. A graph. Jerry. Did we just beat the gym? Oops. Oh, mine's pink. I like that. Oh, I forgot about that. Like, you can't get Pokemon that are higher level, like too higher level, or they just won't listen to you. That's my cat. My cat doesn't listen to me. Ooh, Horsey's cute. Oh, I smile. Oh. Hi. Fennel. Your name's what? These names. Just taking me into your home. Okay. No. I don't want to go into your room. I don't know who you are. Oh, we got cut. Nice. Wait, but I don't have any grass-type Pokemon. Oh, can Perleoin learn it? Probably. Okay, listen. I don't know who you are. I'm just trying to leave. Yeah, if I was a Pokemon trainer, I'd be a grass trainer. I'd be a grass. I know you love some grass. Oh. Grass underwear because it's always green. What was that camera angle? Steel, how many times do we have to say it? Serena doesn't have the weeds, so stop making fun of them in their time of need. Stop. Did it actually rhyme? I don't remember it. Oh, my Cat in the Hat stream. When I tell you, when I went to the Spirit Halloween to get the Cat in the Hat stuff, I looked at the lady behind the counter and I was buying so much stuff and she saw the Cat in the Hat stuff and went, what the fuck? And I went, please don't ask questions. Please don't. You can even ask my sister. I literally said, please don't ask questions. And she laughed her ass off. No, I went because I had to get more stuff for Halloween. Like, I needed props for the photo shoots. I also found this really cool, like, thing to do a look of. I wasn't originally going to do it, but I'm excited for it. It looks really cool. Why are you guys being mean to a Muna? Like, it's literally an embryo. Guys, what the hell is your problem? Hopefully before Halloween, because I don't want to do it during October. But I don't have the game. I guess I could find a copy. Not milking the Muna. Steel. Thin ice. How would I sit up? Ugh. Okay, my headphone falls out. That's nice. Thank you. I have so much Halloween stuff. It's over in the corner of my room, and then there's wigs in the corner of my room. Everything's like ready to go. Just waiting for October to hit. Then I'm ready to go. I also have some stuff being delivered. I just ordered my last bunch of stuff for Halloween. And I'm done. I'm not ordering anything else. Y'all get enough. Girl. Not the low-level Purrloin, and you think you're gonna do something against me when I just beat the gym? Who are you? I'm sorry if anybody cares about the story. I'm paying attention, I swear. I am. I know exactly what's going on. We're trying to kill Sis Het. We're going after Sis Het and his crew. That's his name. That's his name, right? No, his name's Het Sis. Not Sis Het. Guys, stop punching a Pokemon. Yeah, Het Sis. What was that? Why is he teleporting? Stop. Okay, let's leave the Pokemon alone now, guys. Oh. Stop, I'm gonna cry. Oh, it saved it. That's so cute. Hey, that's mine. Don't pick it up. Hey! Oh. No, I wanna adventure in here so I can see if I get a new Pokemon. Okay, never mind. Oh, there we go. Okay. No new Pokemon, nice. Still Purrloin. Where are the Pokemon? You can get the box set of Cat in the Hat in the game for a low price of $249. Uh-huh. So who's paying for it? Because I bought the props and the costume. Hi, Monster Cat. How are you doing, Angel? Happy to see ya. What is that? What is that emote? God, I wish we all had access to animated emotes. I love them so much. They're so good. Okay, new Pokemon. Come on. I swear on God, I'm gonna eradicate Pat Rats. You are ugly. Does anyone stand this Pokemon? Anybody? Clap if you stand Pat Rat. Nobody moved. I just want this Pokemon ball. Okay, no new Pokemon. I'm just gonna level up Oshawott. Oh, Oshawott's second form is so cute. But it failed. Haha, flop. Bye, flop! I just want this and I'll go. I'll leave. I'll leave. See, I'm gone. I'm out. Bye. Literally nothing in there. Goodbye. What would you like? Here's a token of my appreciation. Sea gear. Not the Wi-Fi connection, excuse me? I don't need that. No. Guys, I don't know what to tell you, but I'm not going to use this feature. What is her name? Amantia? Amita? What? Not a pal pad. Guys, I can't use the Wi-Fi connection on this game anymore. Can you please leave me alone? Stop trying to make this happen. It's not gonna happen. Oh, sorry. I stand there. So, can I go to the next area now? Dun, 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 dun. Yes. Yes! I gotta use my day off tomorrow to upload some YouTube videos. I got 2 things in my backlog I gotta still edit. I just like have no time for editing now because of my work, my job. It sucks. I still have to edit bargain bin horror games with my sister, but I literally can't because I have work. Oh, I can't go to the next area. Whee! Oh. Hey. Hey. Oh, is this the daycare? Eee! That's you two and your Britney Wicks. I just got here, guys. Do we really have to fight? Can we? Okay. Guys, I just got here. Why are we so hostile? You don't just walk up to a stranger and say, "Let me fight you. You will die." Does anyone have a Pokemon that isn't this stupid baby? Like, I love it. It's cute, but like, girl. Can we move on? Yes, YouTube. My latest video with my sister that Max, Onyx's partner, edited. One of my favorite videos. Max is so talented. Max can photo edit. Max can do like photography. They do like promotional videos. Like they're amazing. Can I go down the slide? Are you blocking the slide? You little bitch. Take this hyper beam. How about... Oh, it's a preschooler. I was gonna say... Yeah. Gasp! I know, but like, there's like, we've been playing for like 2 hours now and we haven't seen a Pokemon that isn't Patrat and Lillipup. I'm like, really? Shocking, actually. What would you do if there was a child in front of you right now? Sorry. I would take it, casually move it out of the way, get away from me, don't talk to me, don't look at me. I went down the slide. Whee! 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 Mia? Mia! Jail! That was nasty. Oh yeah, what? We didn't talk about this during the subathon. What should our new emotes be? So I could probably commission about maybe 3 or 4. I definitely want to make a microphone one. I'm not making a Wendy emote. No. Oh, the baby one with Jewel. Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, the challenger's name is Wendy? I didn't even see that. I was like, I'm not making a... Stop it, Maddie. Stop. Rest in peas. Put me in a coffin with just peas. Oshawott evolving! Our first evolution. Do we have a nice soundboard for this occasion? Do we have another one for this really cool occasion? Looking at my soundboard so intently right now. What is that? Oh. There we go. Oh! What? Question mark? Hi, Crusher Girl. Do what? Do what? I wish I didn't hit the no button to nicknaming it. I gotta look up where the lady is to nickname my Pokemon. Cause I fucked up! I did. I sure did. The baby on Twitter didn't have 8 legs. I was not happy. Yeah, everybody on Twitter was not very nice about our ultrasound. Not very kind to our baby. Oh my god, did you see someone like fully... She's a good sub DPS. You can build her damage. She still works. You just don't build crit damage, you build attack damage. And she works fine. Like, people are so annoying. Kokomi's like my new favorite character in the game. Because, you know. If you know, you know what happened to another character that I know and love. Pakistan. Like, not every character needs to do that, you know what I mean? Like, you can just build a support character. Like, I know y'all aren't building crit on Bennett, so why does it matter if Kokomi can't crit? Like, just build her a support. Oh, Girl Boss Jr. is leveling up. Like, I don't care. She's literally to be my support because I need a support on my team because I'm replacing Jean with her, so I'm not looking for damage off of her. I have 3 DPSs. Why is that still happening? We're not having a... I literally deleted that before today's stream. I literally deleted that command. Uh-huh. Sure. Cool. I re-added it. We are having a subathon. So true, everybody give subs! Let me delete it real quick. Hi, Chris! Subathon. Subathon, where are you? It's not here. Timers. There it is. I still have that command, I think, on my soundboard. Shakshipida. Oh, I can't read right now. There's not even a point. And it's on there somewhere. I need to get contacts. My eyesight is so bad. Okay, gotta say, this Pokemon trainer, like, I don't know what her name is, or, like, what, like, in the anime, or whatever her real name is. She's a serve. Like, opposed to other Pokemon trainers in, like, other games. She's really pretty. The ponytail going out the back of the hat. You know I love that. I want to get this hat and, like, just wear this on stream. This is my first time playing it because I played Black and White 2. Because I don't know why. Girl Boss versus Sharon. Sharon loves to fight us. Let's calm down, Sharon. Do what? Do what? Yes. Okay. I get the baton pass skill in Pokemon. But we use it. I throw my baton at you and you catch it. Bark, bark. I love Snivy. Snivy, I think, was my original pick for this game when I played. Just because, like, I remember being like, Snivy is, like, girl boss moment. Like, actual girl boss. And then when they evolved, I was, like, so shook. I was like, what? And I also, before I played this, I think... No, that can't be possible. Oh, no, it was. Because I played this, like, years after Black and White came out. So when I played... I played Poke Park 2. And then in that, Snivy is in that, and they are so cute. So when I played this, I was like, I have to choose Snipey. This is when I was little, so I don't know if I had the brain space for that, but that's kind of how the mindset was. Stop! Oh, well, excuse the fuck out of me. I read Foe as Ho, so true. Oh, who's this kid? Not them stealing this little girl's Pokemon. Y'all are wrong for that one. Can someone heal my Pokemon? Can you heal my Pokemon? If she had a legendary, I mean, I would too. But I don't think she's got one. I want those. Oh, thank you so much. There are new Pokemon in here? New Pokemon, new Pokemon. Oh! No. No. I hate pigeons. I hate doves. So this is not. You have a full list of things to play next month? Yes. I have a... That right there is the short list of things. And then... Somewhere in my notes. I'm still making the list, but I have at least up until like the first half of October, so we can at least like get it going. And if anything comes out, if anything comes up, if we have any new ideas, then yes. But I'm okay for that at least first part of October. I don't really have a finale game yet. I think we talked about what we were gonna play the last day, but I forgot what we said we were gonna play. I don't remember. I remember we had a cool idea, but then I forgot it, so. Not a cave. Oh, oof. Oh, hi. I'm gonna fight all the trainers, so when we have to backtrack, I don't have to... I'm more focused on the looks. Like, we could really play anything during October, you know? I mean, definitely there'll be horror games. Like, I want to poop my pants. But... I'm so mad. I forgot what we said we were gonna play for, like, the ending of October, and now I just don't remember. That's what I get for not writing it down and being ADHD. I have to write stuff down or I just won't remember it. It definitely came across my mind. I wanted to play, like, horror maps on that. Because the horror maps on Gmod are camp. They're funny. I remember that one time, I think Jacob was Princess Peach and we were just the DK crew. And he was just going around with like a gun, and it was hilarious. Okay, where are we going? Yes, I fucking love that game mode. That's like an entire game mode. It's very Phasmophobia before Phasmophobia was Phasmophobia. I just said Phasmophobia 10 times. Is this game just Pat Rat Simulator? Like, did they code this game to only have Pat Rat? Like, what is the tea? Uh-huh. I remember that, like, so vividly in my brain. I think about it a lot. Like, when I think of Gmod, I like, explicitly think of that moment. Oh my god, it's so weird. The spot on my leg that just doesn't have hair. I keep touching it and I'm like, ooh, it's so smooth. But then it's just like a cow spot. I don't have any hair. Don't smoke weed, kids, or you'll make weird decisions. I definitely made a couple weird ones last night. Oh my god, guys, please. I don't need to fight all of you. Go away. Oh my fucking god. More rats! Woo! Wait, why do I have Snivy? Oh, that's the person with me. I'm like, I don't have Snivy. Oh my god, y'all don't understand. The people next door to my house, like my neighbors, I don't know why I just didn't say neighbors. My neighbors, they are getting construction done on their, like, porch. So every morning I wake up to banging and banging. Not like that banging, like hitting with a wrench for like hours. It's horrible. Like, I barely get any sleep because it's just... Okay, that... I meant, like, not like that banging. I'm being serious, though. It's horrible. Can you imagine just... all morning? I'd be so mad. I'd be like, can y'all stop? Okay, let's all stop fighting. Let's... Hold the applause. Oh, we have to go back. Hey, everyone. Route 3, more like Route P, because there's no Pokemon in here besides the Pat Rats. Oh, thanks for the Pokeballs that I can use on the 3 Pokemon in this game. Appreciate it. Bye. Yeah, did we give her Pat Rat back to her? Could she just not go in the grass and, like, get another one? Or did she have a Purrloin? Because, like, there's plenty of them, too. I don't know, y'all. Is this why they made a sequel? This flop? Because, hello? Pat Rat Run? I have a full party of Pat Rats. That's it. Here's a new Pokemon. Here we go. Here we go. New Pokemon. We love to see it. This might insta-kill it, but... Fuck, I didn't want to kill it. Damn it, it's fine. There's really more on this route. There it is. A new Pokemon murders it. Oh, another day. I don't know, there's something so charming about... Oh my god, it's still alive. Where's Slowpoke? Now wait a minute. Oh my god, I remember this one because it had like the last used Pokeball, and I remember this game now. Holy shit. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. We got you. What should we name her? Mystery Wishna. I should have named her Debbie. Debbie. Mystery Wishna. We gotta put Debbie at the forefront. We gotta level up Debbie. Miss Deb. I wish the EXP share was like, you know, in this game. Cause like, Halar, you know. Don't even, I know, I just don't want to go back to the Pokemon Center, please. My lazy era. The Debbie versus Debbie combat right now. Oh, the no damage. So true. What the? Debbie on Debbie crime. Debbie, no relation to Dead by Daylight, because that game is a no-no. Not anymore, since the skill-based matchmaking or whatever the fuck. That is dumb. That is dumb. Way to kill a game. The damage? The damage? The damage? No! You're a horrible person. Let's go, Paul. We got Debbie, we got Paul. Just these normal names. Don't you dare paralyze. Okay. Got you. Okay, I'm kind of obsessed with how my legs feel being shaved. I kind of love that a lot. I shaved my entire leg. What then? Nobody will stop me. Now we gotta go back to the Pokemon Center and revive Debbie. Another day. Hi, Kennedy. We had the chat vote, and the chat voted for Oshawott. Oh my god, I'm gonna sneeze. When I tell y'all when I woke up today, I sneezed maybe 17 times. I don't know how I'm alive. My allergies are just so bad if I don't have an allergy pill. Like, I need to, like, have an allergy pill. Honestly, all the starters in this gen are pretty good. Like, other gens, like, maybe one is off, but, like, you can't tell me that all of them are cute. Like, Tepig, like, honestly, like, out of the three, I feel like people shit on Tepig the most, but Tepig is such an adorable cutie. Snivy's a girl boss, and Oshawott is just adorable. Like, I feel like it's a pretty stacked, group of Pokemon. Why do you hate Tepig? No! Leave the baby alone. What is going on? I wasn't a big fan of Chespin. And then who else was in that region? Thank you for the follow. Oh, I gotta turn on followers again. Hold on. I literally can't see. Like, am I okay? Oh, really? Turtwig. What's Turtwig look like? The turtle? Are there any new Pokemon in here? This is really tall grass. There's gotta be new Pokemon in here. Are you fucking... Uh-huh! So true! Okay, Debbie, you can't die. What will Debbie do? Just that sentence. What will Debbie do? I'm so excited for the new Pokemon remakes. I know everybody was kind of shitting on them, but, like, I'm really excited. Like, imagine what it's gonna look like, the beauty contests. I'm so excited. I don't even mind the chibi stuff. Like, the chibi stuff I think is really cute. Not this Pat Rat just beating me the fuck up. Girl, I'm out. Done. Debbie can't level up. Poor girl. Someone help her. Somebody sedate me! Debbie's really struggling. Come on, girl. Fucking fuck, fuckity, fuck. Yep. I'm out. I'm just looking for new besties. Not you, P-Dove. You P-Dove. I bet you pee. Haha, pee. Ugh. Oh, I'm plucked. What's over here? Okay. Probably a Pat Rat. What did I tell ya? Pat Rat Simulator, Pat Rat Simulator. I'm gonna murder every Pat Rat in sight. Nobody can stop me. Did we not fight that trainer lady? Let me go back. Let's fight. Hi, Marshall. We have not encountered a new Pokemon. It has been dry. We literally beat the first gym leader, and we're on the next route, and there's still the same Pokemon from the first route. Listen, Marshall, I know what happened while you were gone. You asked, I told you. Oh. It didn't die. Bam, 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 bam. Hey. Hot rat. He-dove. Piss-dove. Hot rat. P-dove. Pat rat or P-dove. There's an itch on my lip, but I'm just like, it's happening. Pat rat. Pat rat. Like, cause I keep trying to level up my other Pokemon, but they keep dying. And I'm like, okay. And honestly, I'm not really gonna keep any of them late game. Not to be rude, but like, maybe Paul, but like, Debbie and Girlboss Jr. Can someone look up where you can find the person that puts nicknames on Pokemon? Because I forgot to, literally accidentally denied to nickname my Pokemon. Paul, like the end of Jimmy Neutron, not Miss Paul. Miss RuPaul. Like, at the end of Jimmy Neutron, at the end of every episode, there was a monkey that would jump up and be like, "Hi, I'm Paul." And he had, like, 3 eyes. Castelia City. I really went in with the blush on my nose today. My nose is so blushed up today. Did she just say Eureka? Pause. Hi, rat! I'm going to kill you and your family, Pat Rat. You will suffer. You will suffer. You will never know peace until every one of you are gone. I want a Jigglypuff or something. I want something pink. I don't want all this shit. Oh god, my butt is all sweaty. Sitting on a leather chair. Get away from me. You don't deserve me. Owen, you're big. Kennedy, not urethra, you sound it. No! No, I will not. Not this. Not the Raga. I don't know what that Pokemon's name is. Roggenrola. Ew, the noise it made. I did not enjoy that. Alright, we out here. Is it? That actually makes it sound like... Is that its name? Roggenrola? I didn't even realize that until now. Come with me for a sec, okay? Can you show me some new Pokemon, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. Is there no map? Uh-huh. Yeah, we did it, Joe. How do you like the sound of accordions? I don't, actually. Not to be rude, but who cares? Is that Hatsune Miku? This person behind the counter? Wait. Them just running up and down. This is me when I'm behind the counter. Bro, what are we doing? Not the accordion. Boot. Who just has an accordion? Also, those things are probably expensive as fuck. What if I just did the gym? What then? Oh. And please. Not you with a P dove. Not the piss dove. If I ever had tried to do a Nuzlocke, I would cry. Because you'd literally give away your Pokemon. Like, you'd have to get rid of them. Like, that hurts me. Just thinking about it. I don't know why I'm yawning. I literally just woke up. So, excuse me. It's probably the crash from the monster. Where did you get a timber? Hello? Well, he's fucking dead, so... GGEs. You just give me a lot of fucking money. So, thanks! Okay, bye. I'm gonna go fight the gym. I don't care. I'm gonna run in. What's up, fuckers? Please. Oh. Pokemon Gym where a leader awaits the challenger in the back of the museum. It's a great... Okay. Yeah, there is. Behind the museum. What do you want? What do you want, punk? I want to die. How is it not dead? Get out of here. Can you tell I literally didn't get sleep last night because the people banging? Not like that! The construction. Oh, that was it? You have one Pokemon? Okay, serve. Gas Pokemon, one Pokemon serve. Are you okay up there? Okay, you go, girl. Oh, there's a puzzle? Huh? Oh, girl, you think I'm gonna read this shit? No, I am not. You think I'm gonna read any of this? You are surely mistaken. What is the first Pokemon you met in this gym? What did we just kill? There's a pat rat. Question, flame burns inside its body. It gives off smoke from its head when it runs. What is this book? What would you like? Okay. Whatever you guys are saying, I'm just here to win a badge. Oh wow, you evolved your Lilliput. So true. Groundbreaking, really? You really got me there. Bug? Why did I learn a bug type move? Hello? Oh, I didn't want to do that again. Well, that sucks. Why am I about to die? What? Hello? Stop. Calm down. I don't know what that means because I only use damage attacks. I don't use defense. Sorry, I'm gay. If you heat it up in the pot, it'll be delicious. What is this? Excuse me? If you do what to pot? I don't know what's going on, but everyone here is annoying. I hate a library. I hate books. You know I hate it all. I want out. I don't enjoy this. Who likes to read? Nobody. Well, that sucks. Poor girl. Fuck that. That would be the last place I spend my time in. Why do you have 3 Lillipups, girl? What is going on? Are you done? What was that? A secret entrance? I go in. Hey! I steal all your stuff, haha. Welcome. The biggest nerd I am. Okay, she's kind of a serve. It's a server, Your Honor. we don't want to do that. No, thank you. I don't want to do that. I want to go get a drink when I travel. God, I need to go do jumping jacks or something. No, why is it not dead? Stop! Oh, it died. Yeah. The fuck? Ugh. Oh, did it just fart on me? Oh. Well, there goes our carry. Hi, Necro. I'm doing good. We're vibing. It literally farted on me and killed me. Yo, what the fuck? This guy's ass stinks. He's killing my whole team with his ass. Oh, fuck me. It wasn't 12 levels higher than my other Pokemons. Pay attention, guys. Come on. Oh my god. This is where I would lose a Nuzlocke. Girl Boss Jr.'s got this. So true. She's gonna use Cut. Okay. Girl Boss blacked out. Yeah. That's nice. I'm gonna go take a BRB. Not because we lost, but I just need to like wake up a little bit, so I'm gonna go do some stretches. I'll be back. Oh my god. I can't believe we lost that gym. That is sad. Hi, Ghosty. My stomach just made the weirdest noise ever. That was an interesting noise. Thank you, baby. Hi, Ember. Oh, I'm like, why are we here? But we died, so. That's why we're here, because we fucking died. Go this way. Why not? Is this person gonna tell us to fuck off? Oh. Oh. I wanna go in here. Oh. Oh. That's new. Not a pat rat. It's not very effective, almost kills it. Okay. Sure, sure. Oh. No, no, no. Don't get it twisted. I didn't want to fight you. I like it, but I wish there wasn't so many pat rats. See, I want the Cottony. I love her. The evolution of Cottony, Whimsicott. I want it. Coming through, coming for you. I sing. It wasn't very effective. Well, it just almost killed it, girl. So, I thought this was wild. I was about to pull out a Pokeball and catch it. Hi, Dillman. Thank you. I thought for the duration that we played Pokemon Black and White, I'm only gonna wear black and white. So, this is today's look. I thought it'd be a quirky gimmick. And then next time, when we play a different Pokemon game, I think I'm gonna do... like, me inspired by the elements. Like, I'll do a water type look. I'll do a... Me too! I'm very excited. That's why I'm playing all of these, because I wanted it to lead up to that. I don't even want this guy. I don't know why I'm trying to catch him. When you're big. Oh! Didn't want to do that. Who cares about Timber? Stop. He's actually not that bad of a Pokemon. I actually like Timber. I don't like its evolution, though. He kind of creeps me out. I don't know which one I want to play after this one, because I was going to play I was gonna play the second gen, but it's so old. Like, old. The graphics don't keep up. Not like this. Thanks for using your Prime, baby. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. You are so pretty. Thanks, Ghosty. How are you doing? Gonna Pokemon pop out at me, pleek. What if I accidentally get a shiny? That would be gaggy. Me too. Today, I don't know why. After yesterday, I smoked yesterday, and, like, I'm still tired. Like, I just, like... I feel like I just want to spend the whole day in bed, but it's fine. I'm obviously not, but my mind and brain are just exhausted. Second gen was Cyndaquil, Totodile, and Cyndaquil, Totodile, and Chikorita. Oop, thank you for the follow. Oop the snoot. Oh my god, wait. Nice Dead by Daylight reference. I get it. I get it. I haven't posted drag since December. Honestly, a mood. I haven't posted like a good photo shoot since last year. So I feel. I want to accidentally get a shiny. I feel like that'd be so funny. Oh wait, do I have follower? I disabled followers only. Hold on. Wait. Oh, look at that. It's not very effective. It kills it. Well, it was, so... Why do you just have a roster of these? What is the point? Oh my god, the Fortnite shop, I forgot! Oh my god, they still have another... Okay. I don't know, Marshall. One day at a time. It's probably gonna take a couple of streams to do this one. I mean, that's the plan. Doing Black and White 2 after this. How is it not dead? I hate when it's like, I don't know why. That's so... It happens a lot in this. Where is Whimsicott? I want her. Come here, girl. Whimsicott, come home, girly. What is the music? Oh. I got scared. I'm like, why is the music like that? Okay, girl, I'm not doing this. Like, get out of here. Oh, Hero, thanks for being such a positive space. I always have fun at your streams. Thank you, 3 months. Enjoy your new sub badge, baby. We love having you here. Thank you so much for resubscribing. I love you so much. Like, this kid, please don't hurt me. He's the only one I think we haven't fought in yet, so we're just gonna fight him to get it over with. Even though my Pokemon's on death row, but like, we got it. Preschooler Homer. Homer. I'm gonna name my kid Homer. Hello? Why is it pooping on me? Stop! What the fuck? Why is shit on me? This Pokemon pooped on me. Oh, didn't want to do that. Yeah, same. Me with Raihan. Raihan is literally like goals in life. If I could have a man, it would be Raihan or Jake Wesker or Noctis from Final Fantasy 15. Those are my 3 all-time men. Those are my men. And maybe a little bit of Bruce Wayne. Just a little bit. Those are my 4 top men's that I would let respectfully look at me. Just look, nothing else. I remember that's what me and Steel used to talk about all the time, was just how hot Raihan and Milo were. Like, that's it. I remember there was a lot of people on Twitter. I remember, like, a lot of, like, there are some artists, like, popular artists that blocked me because I called out this one artist that was drawing, like, literal, like, pedophilic images. Like, he was drawing, like, the kids in Pokemon in a not safe for work fashion, and I was like, no, you can't do that. And, like, he retweeted it, and, like, a lot of artists on Twitter have me blocked because of it. And I remember that's where the NemesisLacroix over party comes from, is because someone was trying to sexualize a kid from Pokemon, and I was like, you can't do that. Like, you're sick. They're like, he's just a video game character. I'm like, you are sick! Hello? Story time. Like, of all the people, like, come on. Like, pick the adults in Pokemon if you're gonna be like that. Like, come on now. Stop it. All I gotta say is if that's your thing, it's very telling of the person you are. So we're all looking at you with the eyes. We're like, what the fuck? I mean, come on now. Gilf. Let's go. I mean, like, what? What's his name? Didn't Professor Oak have a... There was an Alolan version, and he was just super tan? It was kind of sus, but I know it existed. I think it was in the anime. It was in Sun and Moon. Oh yeah, Sycamore, I remember him. I want to replay Sun and Moon before the remakes. I gotta get this person to respond to me on Twitter. We all gotta tag them in a post. We gotta be like, hey listen, send them a DS right now. They'll pay for it. Okay, come on now. I have like no moves left. I've been out here so long. Just farming. When do we get the EXP share? Jesus, this is horrible without an EXP share. Why do you have a microphone sitting right next to you? It's just my new thing. It's my new prop. Prop queen. Do you remember what's her name? Olivia from Pokemon Sun and Moon? She was the girl boss. She was the moment. She is everything to me. I loved her so much. Oh yeah, ultras are no. Boot. Wasn't that from... It wasn't it from... It wasn't DS. Why did they remake it? I was gonna say, wasn't it DS to 3DS? But no, it was 3DS and then 3DS again. Right? Or was it a... There's something going on. A sequel? The Squeakquel! These nuts! It's still my Twitter thing. It was too iconic to just abandon. This Ryu? Hi, Ryu. From Smash Brothers. Smash Brother! Testing my mic. Me just using this move until there's none left. What's gonna happen when I have none left? What then? What then? And not Street Fighter. What Street Fighter? I've never heard of it. I gotta save my game, hold on. When you have no PP. Let's see if we can get any new Pokemon here. Where is Whimsicott? I want her! Come on now. That TikTok of Nikki going, hold on now, hold on now. That noise. Doink! Give me Whimsicott! The thumbnail for this video is gonna be a pat rap. I'm making it the Fat Rat. Fat Rat! Fat Rat! Fat Rat! Less than a year? That's so weird. Why did they do that? Fat Rat! Have I fought this guy? Oh, sorry. Not a sequel? Aw, what the fuck? Please don't fight me, anybody. I do not have any more PP. No PP. Hello, I like money. Oh, I forgot. We have to fight the gym again. Oops. It's the 4 Pokemon, but I only use the 1 for me. Ugh, excuse me. I want to get the EXP share. Fight me, lady. Oh, she doesn't fight anybody. Okay. Good old-fashioned Pokemons. Oh, yes. Oh, yes! I'm trying to find new Pokemon to put on my team because I would like to train them, but they are nowhere to be found. Okay. Do what? Yeah. I mean, you get it, I think, at the start of the new one, right? I think. You get it, like, right at the beginning. I don't know why I keep yawning today. Probably my allergies made me so tired earlier. When I tell y'all I was... Oh! Sock! Sock! Sock on D's nuts! D's nuts! Got him! We gotta get him. Don't die, Sock. No, Sock! No! I guess he didn't sock D's nuts. He's back! He's back for D's nuts! We gotta get him. Sock, what is your deal? Get in the ball! Get in D's balls. Sock! Listen here. You're gonna stay in the ball. Stay down. Get my fly swatter out. Listen, stay in these nuts. Come on. Yes. So the great ball didn't work, but the normal one did. Okay, thank you. Smashma is one of my fave games. What's that? Got him! Got it! No. Do what? Correct. Alright, I'm gonna go fight the gym. I don't care. I'm done. I'm done. Oh, I'm done. Oh, and I was done. Sakon will. He's gonna own. Get it? Get pwned. I should probably get something from these people. Wait, go back. Go back. Hey. Buy something. Oh, I want some heal balls. Oh my god. They don't? I mean, I think they do. Does it not look good to stream? How are you enjoying Digimon? I love it. It's kind of similar to Pokemon, honestly. Kind of weird a little bit. Like, this game feels like Pokemon, you know? Oh wow, there's not a... $11 years old? Holy fuck. That's crazy. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun. Is that a Mewtwo? No, that's a Dragonite. Wait a second! That's a dead Dragonite! That's a dead Pokemon right there. That is literally a dead fucking Pokemon. Hello? Where did y'all find this? Excuse me? Would you like to explain? Where did you find a dead Pokemon? Hmm? Excuse me, hot dog girl? You're big. Do I have to do this whole thing again? Okay, thank God. We're going downstairs. Hey. No, I'm back. Bitches, I'm back, nations! Yar! Nope, Pokemon never die. Nope. Nope. Nope, not gonna hear this. Nope, they don't die. Never. Never, never, never. Listen, I didn't ask for this Pokemon trauma. Y'all are telling me that Pokemon die? That's fucked. You're gonna tell me next that Santa isn't real? Don't tell me the Easter Bunny isn't real? Guys, stop. You guys are sick. Guys, stop. Guys, stop. Why did it almost insta-kill me? Hello? Hello, music time! Can you please stop murdering me for just a second so I can do an ability? Thanks. Oh, he's farting again. Oh my fucking god. Oh, fuck him up. Beat his ass. I swear to god. Yo, get fucking wrecked. Yo, get wrecked! Suck on D's nuts! Oh, he's not dead. Now that was just fucked. Do it again, Sakon. Make him suck on D's nuts. What was that? Did we win? Please tell me it's over. Oh my god, we did it. We did it. We did it. The 1 HP carry. What the fuck kind of badge is that? That looks like a candy bar. Before our eyes? You mean before your eyes? A game you can watch on my YouTube channel right now. And cry very hard because that game was very sad. Oh my god, I went to GameStop the other day and they had this cool... I want to play... Okay. Can we like have... Can someone cut the music? Stop the music! I really want to play more like indie games. And I know like, obviously like... Yeah, do I have a record scratch sound? I have this. That is copyright. Anyways. I have this. I want to play more indie games on the channel. I went to GameStop and like I found this game that was similar to Lost in Random. And it's like a cute like 3D platformer and like I don't know, like the indie games really kind of slap, y'all. They really do. Like, not to be that girl, but they do. They really do. It's called Blue Fire. I don't know if you want to look it up. It's on Steam and it's on PS4. It looked really cute. So, indie games do it so good. No, not sometimes. Most of the time, indie games do it better. Like, I would say 95 to 5%. Because then indie games become mainstream games. Please, Ember, no. The way you just made trauma before my eyes. That was horrible. Yeah, Undertale did. Fortnite did. What else was? It's shared trauma. I mean, yeah. I try to forget that part of my life didn't exist. Among Us, true. I mean, doesn't everything start as an indie game? Next stream, you're gonna see me in a green beret and a bob. My cosplay. I recently played the Skatebird game. I stand by what I said. Well, like, why? What did you expect? It's in the title, Skatebird. Like, what's gonna come out of that? Like, Lost in Random was such a good game. I know some of y'all didn't like it, but I loved it. It was good. So where to now? Where are we going? No, I don't want to go back in there. I don't. No thanks. I'll go this way. Oh, Jenny's back. Okay, bye. Oh wait, I think this is the way we came in. Excuse me. It was Sargood. Sargood. What's going on in here? Why is the music all crazy? You're buying a what? A who? Oh my, so true. Where are we going? Why is there no map? Oh. Okay. We're going this way. I guess we're going over here. It'll take you straight. If they're not there, I'll block the exit. Would you please take the other way? Oh. Can't we just like be like, yeah, I have urgent duties. Can y'all leave me the fuck alone? Isn't my Pokemon dead? Yeah. Thanks for healing my Pokemon. Appreciate it. Like, okay. Da 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 da. I can't believe I got Jade Cutter from Kokomi's thing. I'm so upset. I hope I get Kokomi's weapon. Jade Cutter isn't bad, but like I don't have anyone that uses a sword. Except Ayaka, and I already have her best sword. So what now? You want me to play as Lumine? I would rather throw up and die. I wish I chose Aether at the beginning of the game. I feel like shit, Eureka. Guys, I want a Swaddle. Guys. Why do you get the cool Pokemon and I get Pat Rat, whatever the fuck his name is? I love Razor Leaf. I love that move. Oh my god. Okay, girl boss, you're not quite a girl boss. You just died to a move that has no power. Okay, Girl Boss Jr. needs to go. A boot. It's a boot for me. This is a boot. It's not very effective. Murders it. Okay. Please stop. Oh my god. Stop! Wait, can I smoke those leaves? Is that a weed? My team's struggling when we just started this path. Okay. That's campy. That's gossip. Who is this in the wig? Is that a wig? No, it's not. Girl. Team P. They're literally Team P. Team Plasma. Team PP Plasma. Wait a minute. Oh, I want a Sandile. I don't know. They were like, did the Sandile just fart? I heard that. I didn't want to run into you. Oh, I guess because their logo has the Knight shield in it. But why are they called Team Plasma if they're dressed as knights? Could they not be called Team Knights? Is that not a thing? Was that not allowed? The music is good. The trainer in the sun hat right there is sending me. Her sun hat. Her hat's incredible. Oh, she looked at me. She said, huh. Oh, this is to evolve Leafreon. Oh! Please. I need you. Okay, we can't kill her. This might kill her. It got a crit! It wouldn't have killed it if it didn't crit! Damn it. It's fine. Not Venipede. Oh dear god. Venipedes creep me out. Need to level up, so I'm just gonna kill it. Do what? Do what? Garby, welcome to the network. Thanks for the follow. Give me Cottony, please. I want to evolve her. Get away! P-Dove. P-Dove. I have a DS Gorge. I just got one to stream. You have to like get it. I know someone on Twitter that was selling like DSOs. New move. We out here. I don't need this move. This move sucks. This move rolls. This move sucks. Please give me Pokemon that I want. Yes! Oh no, she's level 14. Flop. They're so good. I'm quite enjoying my time. Oh no. No, you can't do that. You're not allowed. Stop. Oh. Okay. Heal ball. Go. Yes! What should we name them? Da 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 da. I don't know what to name her. Poopy Poison. Let's name her Poopy Poison. I feel like that would just be rude. I don't know. No, because that's too close to Piss Gunblin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my god, wait, that's iconic. Poopy Poison. We're gonna name this beautiful Pokemon Shit Fart Piss Baby. Steel! Steel? Cottony Trans Legend. Gawk. I want to level her up. Oh. Wait, no, don't fight me, Pleek. I'm not ready. I hate that Pokemon. I'm so sorry. What will Gawk do? Gawk's gonna use Mega Drain. Not Gawk used Mega Drain! Stop! Gawk's gonna die. No, please. You can't die on me, Gawk. Okay, Gawk survived. Yeah, I like the... Oh. No, you scare me. I don't like you. Oh, go Gawk! It's the 5 health. So true. Oh. Okay. What do you mean couldn't get away? Just walk away, Gorge. Also, I don't know, like, a lot about Pokemon. Like, I don't know, like, what the super effective ones are. Like, what's super effective against this? Like, I don't know that shit. Like, I never can learn it. I never know. It's so hard. I just can't understand it. Oh my god, I have to go back, girl. Gawk's dead. Thank you. I'm gonna put away some Pokemon. Let's put you away, honey. Let's put you away, honey. Let's put you away, honey. The music change, it's so abrupt. I just need to get to the next town, so I can't really level Gawk up right now. Okay. Bottle Pleek. See, this is when you're sad because you didn't choose the fire type Pokemon starter. This will be a cakewalk. Everybody in the forest area has, like, leaf Pokemon. And I'm stuck here with not so powerful moves. I mean, I am, like, double their level, but it's fine. Oh, I don't want to do that. I mean, it works. It's fine. What the fuck? Okay. Now that's an idea. But then it takes a turn to do that. Thanks for the money, honey. Okay. Weird, but okay. Oh. The cottony on cottony crime. Not stun spore, please. A popular demand? I didn't demand that. Marshall, you left for an hour. What do you mean? Don't know if that's the fact, but sure, sure. Oh, they're exiting. Marshall, I will take that sword away. Don't tell people to drop out, Marshall. That's my job. Oh, Gok grew to level 15. Grok. Can everybody leave me alone? Like, it's either, like, these like, routes have, like, 2 Pokemon and 2 Pokemon alone. And that's it. Have fun with Gok. Someone please screenshot that and take that out of context. No, do what? You can move. Stop. Don't let them take advantage of you like this. Fuck this stupid bitch. Oh my god, do I really gotta use this? I hate using this shit in battle. It's so fucking annoying. I think I can survive. I hope. Ah, fuck. Good night, Mia. Have fun at... Oh, Pat Rat's back. Oh, fuck off. Just die. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, you're alive. Well, maybe you should not be. In that moment, I just felt like Wendy Williams in that live stream. When she was like, death to all of them. And she went, oh! What the fuck? Oh! Oh my god! This can't do too much damage, right? Okay. Gonna slowly take her health away. Not a crit. Oh, whoa! She's smacking me! Oh, whoa! Oh, whoa! Oh, whoa! Why'd she fuck me up like that? Uh-oh, hopefully Leech Seed doesn't kill her if we miss. What do you think? I should probably use a heal ball, right? Try a heal ball first. Please, 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 please. Yay! Ah, she's so beautiful. And it's a boy, so trans legend. Fuck. I don't know what to name it. Oh wait, I actually like Bimini for a name for this Pokemon. That's cute. Release the beast. Bimini! Bimini Bomb Ordino! Okay. Can you get out of my face? I'm jumping out of the water. I mean the leaves. I mean the... whatever the fuck. So happy we got Audino. I was like, I want a pink Pokemon. Let's go. Do what? We're gonna get Samurott soon. Listen here, buddy. You don't scare me. I'm water. You're fire. You're over. Say goodnight. That's what I thought. The eyes are the nipples to the face. And you have beautiful nipples. Oh, I don't want to go over there. What's in the fields over here? Like, who is here? Well, didn't want that. I couldn't get away, stop. Girl. Okay, you're annoying me. Yeah, that's what I thought. Get away, you beast. Oh, fun. Ew. I should give one of these. I should give. I wish we had TMs, because I would give one of them Baton Pass so they can switch out. They're not strong enough. I'm not strong enough! Oh wait, the time on this is actually the right time. Do what? Do what? Listen, please don't hurt me. I'm trying to be nice here. Okay. Please no! Oh my, not the crit, not the regen, okay. I was trying to be nice, and I didn't want to kill you, but... I mean, I wasn't... Okay. Oh, Gok grew to level 16. So true. Let's ride. Ooh, not the 3 Pokemon. I hope we encounter a shiny just for no reason. That would be so campy. Not Sandile Intimidate when he's just a little tiny crocodile. Oh, I love Sandile. He's so cute. What was that? Level 26, baby! Oh, thanks for giving me a decapitated dragon skull. Appreciate it. Excuse me? Not 7 sages of Team Plasma. You can go. A lot of fucking talking. I gotta go back through. Is there a shortcut? Oh. Oh, a moonstone. I can give that to Audino, can I? Wait, no, Audino doesn't evolve. Not the miracle seed, huh? Where are we? Guys. Fuck off! I'm just trying to get to the other town! I need to heal my Pokemon! What is that? Ay, ay, ay. I need to curl my hair. That just seems like a lot of work. I'ma keep battling, Gorge. And I'm gonna do it. And I'm gonna! Smack cam! Yeah, I don't know. It's very weird. I'm not gonna question it. I'm just here for the Pokemon. Are you serious? Why do some of these trainers have 3 of the same Pokemon? I mean, I'm not gonna say anything, because me with Slowpoke, but like... Also, where is Slowpoke? Please? I have to beat the game to get Slowpoke, because sometimes they do that. They add more Pokemon when the game's done. I just... Oh. Gonna just get by you, and if you can turn back around, sir. Thank you. This camera angle? I stand here, I smile. I smile. Bye. Where are we? This camera angle! What are they doing? Stop! Oh, this bridge. Oh, moving camera angle. Oh my god, please don't tell me you want to fight. I'm gonna move past you, sorry. Just trying to get to the town, everybody. Can I get to the town? Okay, the camera is zooming out a lot. We just look like 3 pixels. What is going on? The camera is really far out. Can we calm down? Oh, the cinematography? Wow. Oh my goodness. This camera work. Bitches, I'm back! Serena is here! Leisha is here! Okay, we're in town. Back in town to shut it down. Redacted quote. I would like to heal my Excuse me. Oh, sorry! No. No, I don't need to know. Because this is not going to connect to the internet. Just want to put that out there. It's not going to do that. So, if you would excuse me, I'll be leaving now. What balls do we have here? Nest. I'll buy a couple. Maybe just a sample. What are we doing here? What's the goal? What are we doing? Where's the route? I want to catch some Pokemon. Oh, do we go on a nice boat? Where are the water type Pokemon? I want a water Pokemon, please. This camera is not giving. Stop. I'm getting sick. I'm gonna be sick. They really tried to do something with the camera right here. And it's just not giving. I don't think it's giving what it needs to be giving. I'm not a big fan. This is the gym. What if I fight the gym right now? Just kidding. I'm gonna go pee. Pee break! That was a lot of pee. Oh, I peed. Oh, and I was done. Oh? Yep. Where are we going? What is the goal here? This is a big ass city. I'm lost. Lost and confused. I had to smile with oh, I had to smile. I smile. I can't see! Oh my god! I think that's where I'm gonna call it, because it's almost 5 hours now. And we've been playing this whole time. And I honestly didn't even think we were going for 5 hours. Like, that was kind of crazy. Let me do pictures for the thumbnail. I don't know if I'll use these pictures, but I never usually do, but... Oh, wait, let me get the fan. I'm coming. Okay, I found the fan. Look at it, it's so pretty. So true, me. Okay. I am gonna end. And I had fun today. I'm not gonna rate anybody because I just want to take this wig off. Because I'm very tired.